Video's on now. And thanks, Xavier. I appreciate that. I really do. Um, I'm 3 minutes. Okay. Yeah. That was so the way that you were seeing it right then was actually it was streaming. We were live. I just had it on my starting screen, which I guess I should make different from the actual um, like loading screen or whatever. So that is differentiable. I needed this over here. So I was thinking today. There's a couple of things that I want to change about the game that we're making here. See if I can get my terminal to function. GitHub. I think it's in this folder. This was the game we've been working on. I started with Bevy Game Jam 5, so it's just in some like random folder in a folder called Bevy Jam 5, which is always the best for figuring out where things are on your computer. Okay, so we've got this right now. There's a couple things that I'm happy about with this. There's a couple things that I'm not happy about with this. We have a bunch of functionality with these sensors and platforms and the customers coming in and stuff. I want the game to be a little bit more physical. I want the characters to be a little bigger. They're a little small right now, a little hard to see them. We can build stuff in Blender and get it into our game. We can replace materials like this and have them triggered at different times, et cetera, et cetera. All that's great. But we were leaning a little bit too close to like tower defense-y, automation-y kind of game. And I think that would take too long to make, honestly. Thinking about the kinds of games that, like, thinking about the scope of this and thinking about the idea that I, like, want to finish it at some point, even if it's not, like, a fully fledged, you know, I don't know, indie game that I'm selling or something, we'll call it. I do want to have, like, a full game loop. I want to have the ability to start new games, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that the idea of a automation game is probably too much work for this project. So I kind of want to, I think I want to change the camera back to something maybe a little bit orthographic. Get the characters definitely need to be bigger on the screen, which means that we'll be able to see less. So this is about our full, I guess that's fine. But the characters definitely need to be a little bigger, I feel like. I do like the depth of field off in the distance. So I don't really want to switch back to orthographic. Because I don't want to lose the depth of field. Not that we couldn't recreate it. But that would also involve PRing something to Bevy, which adds the time, etc. But today, I was thinking about doing some 0.15 stuff. So the reason I'm thinking about doing that is because we have kind of a great need for like animation and stuff. I'll show you the in progress this week in Bevy issue. So required components is starting to land. It landed already for materials and meshes. Hasn't landed for everything. Closures for required components. The ability to have required components defined at runtime. And the ability to remove components. And then there's additive blending. Additive blending has landed. So in this week in Bevy issue, we're going to find out about additive blending. The animation masks example has been updated. We get curve-based and like truly generic animation. which are absolutely fantastic tools. And then the other thing that hasn't landed yet that I'm very excited about, probably, I'm not going to go into my notifications on stream. Let's look at animation trigger. I'm really hoping this lands. And I'm really hoping this lands before the release candidate. This is, maybe I need to make this a little bit bigger. This is the ability to trigger events based on a time offset in an animation clip. So it is being used here to trigger these like cloud animations when the fox is running. And the idea is that you have your animation clip, you can add an event to it at some time offset. It'll trigger this event. This event by default goes to an observer, which you can then handle to do whatever you want to do. There's some interesting like animation target ID here. So you can kind of drill down through bones, which is cool. Et cetera, et cetera. So you could like take these targets, store them around, and then add events to them later, et cetera, et cetera. Cool. So this is, I mean, the PR is looking really, really good to me. Anyway, let's see. There's a bunch of commits that were added. Hopefully this gets in. Very excited about it. But the point being that 0.15 has a ton of animation stuff that is landing or has landed. And that is going to be super important for us for this game. So I was thinking that today what I would actually do is upgrade Bevy ECS tile map to 0.15. Technically 0.15 doesn't have a release candidate yet, so this would just be kind of adding the depth texture that I was working on a couple months ago, and then updating to potentially required components. I don't think that we'll add required components for anything that actually exists in the library. I don't want to change anything in the first 0.15 release. I just want to have 0.15 ready to go. And then anything that is, I think that's in lib, right? Yeah, so like this stuff can definitely turn into required components. Like we can require transform on the standard tile map bundle and stuff like that. But I don't want to make that change until like 15.1 for the library. Nice. How about syncing walk, run, jump animations, switch to when a foot is on the floor? Is it related or different but already there? I think that depends on whether you're talking about like, there's that like Uncharted like procedural animation vibe where, you know, I think what is his name, Drake in the game, will walk by a wall and put his hand on it as he walks by. That kind of stuff I think is doable but requires custom code currently. So it's unlikely that somebody's just going to be like, "Oh yeah, I did this." I think you can switch animations at any given time. So you could definitely already implement like if there is a foot on the floor or if I'm at this frame offset or something like that, transition to a different animation. But I think that's all very specific currently to your implementation. There's no like, there's nothing that I can think of that's built in that would help you do that, but there's also nothing preventing you from do that because you can transition to any animation at any given time, right? So if you have an animation that is like the jumping animation or whatever, um, and you have a special thing for like if they're taking off with their left foot or their right foot, then you can choose to transition to either of those animations based on which foot is on the ground, as long as you're keeping track of the animation timeline and when that should actually happen. I could see a world in which like it was constantly firing events, right? Like in this next animation event example that we were looking at. Oh, that's not that. In this next animation event example, you could theoretically have it like fire an event every time one of the legs starts to move in that direction or something like that. And then you know which leg to look for. And then you could use that and the position of the leg or something to do like a transition or whatever. But the blending of those two animations works fine too. So like if you just have a jump animation, it doesn't matter. But I really want to have this like ready to go. That's very kind of important to me. To the point where I'm kind of willing to do the work before there's a release candidate to be prepared for it. So I think that's what I want to do today. I'm also preparing a list of 0.15 videos. I think that the animation, masking, blending, event triggering stuff will be a cool video. There's a bunch of new curve stuff and interpolation. Oh, mesh sampling is going to be a new one too. I want to do, or I have a video that I was working on for the state of Bevy UI, but that probably won't come out until 0.15 is actually out. Fixed time step stuff is all been merged in this cycle, which is really interesting. And then there's like new screenshot APIs and stuff like that. I need to figure out what's slowing down like my new shell startup. I think I added some aliases that are kind of slowing things down when they load in for the first time. And I don't use that many of the aliases, so I can get rid of a bunch of them. Okay, so GitHub. This was a reproduction for a bug, actually. So let me stash that. I think we're already on main. So we'll run some of the examples. And then I'll probably bump up the dependency in a new branch. And we'll start there. I think these visualizations are probably useful for later, but not right now. So I'll keep them around. These will be useful for release notes at some point. LDTK Rust, mvlogger, Saturday JSON. What is tiled on 0.12? And then we've got Bevy's dependencies. Bevy is also in the process of splitting some more crates out right now. So we might end up with more features. Specifically, there's a Bevy image and like a Bevy mesh, I think, crates being split out right now. So let's figure out what commit we're going to use here. Ooh, cameras just made it in 13 hours ago. So here's our commit. I think that the rendering issues that I was looking at that were holding me back from wanting to do that were fixed. I use GitHub literally every day, and I can't get find my way around to get like the freaking commit hash. Okay, so we've got Bevy dependencies version. Let's take this and probably just duplicate it for the moment. I like keeping things around while I'm doing major changes like this. And then the rev will be this, and we will have to do git equals whatever. Let's just pull this in. So that should be enough for us. I think we'll just take this section here. Bevy features. Git and rev. Then probably same thing for Unix dependencies. Don't think we have anything else to find here that we need to really care about. This doesn't have any dependencies on any other Bevy crates, which is really great because it is a dependency for other Bevy crates. Hey, Miner, how's it going? How's your, I guess, I don't know what time zone you're in. How's your morning, I guess, we'll call it. All right, let's just start off with that. Bit flags, Bevy asset. Let's bump this to 0.15, I guess. Let me call this dev. Afternoon, nice. So we've got a conflict here on Naga, oil, and our lock file. I think I'm just going to blow the lock file. What about crates that depend on Bevy 0.14, like Bevy eGUI or Bevy Inspector eGUI? They will use 0.15 without changes. Usually, Bevy Inspector eGUI and Bevy eGUI require some changes. I've never done those updates myself. But in the last cycle in 0.14, they were kind of like, I don't want to say they were late, but they were later than everything else. They were like one of the last crates to update. Usually what happens for me when I'm working on stuff that uses Bevy Inspector eGUI in an update cycle is I disable Bevy Inspector eGUI. I know that doesn't work for people who are using like Bevy eGUI for their like UI or something, but yeah. All right. Unresolved imports Bevy GPU mesh. No GPU mesh in mesh. Make this a little bit smaller. It'll be a little bit harder to see, but some of these errors can get pretty long. No spawn for child builder. What is child build? I don't remember that. Actually, let's do this first. First thing you should do if you are going to do something like this is check to make sure that what you have for Bevy is actually just a single version of Bevy. In our case, we have Bevy ECS tile map, 0.15 dev, both asking for Bevy 0.15, which is great. It's wonderful. This is super easy. But in other projects, you might end up with like a lingering 0.14 dependency. And that can cause a lot of trait errors that actually aren't errors. You just need to get a singular Bevy version. Let's get back up here. This is going to require a little bit of like looking up PRs and stuff as well, because one of the things that I'm going to have to do here is make sure this is easy to review. I wonder if GPU mesh was moved as part of the require components PR. This was in July. Yeah, there we go. So GPU mesh was removed in... okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Uber buffers. Is there a work in progress migration guide before the release? There isn't even a release candidate today. So we're doing like super early work. I'm doing work to make sure that the crate that I'm responsible for is ready for the release candidate. And that's just like on me. The release candidate process and cycle is usually reserved for like that kind of thing, where there's a release candidate and the migration guide and the release notes are getting written during that time, and people in the ecosystem are updating their crates during that time. The one thing that really concerns me about waiting is that like Bevy ECS LDTK, for example. Why is that white? Bevy ECS LDTK depends on Bevy ECS tile map. And if we don't get Bevy ECS tile map out early in the release cycle, then there's no shot for like Bevy ECS LDTK or Bevy ECS tiled to like update before the release. So being a crate that is kind of like infrastructural in that sense, I'm doing work earlier in the cycle than would otherwise be reasonable. So I think GPU mesh just became render mesh here. Let's look at some of the comments. Yep, renamed. It no longer stores handles to GPU objects. Because meshes no longer have their own vertex and index buffers, the responsibility for buffers has moved from GPU mesh to the mesh allocator. To access vertex data, we'll need to use mesh allocator vertex slice and mesh index slice. So we do have meshes in Bevy ECS tile map, so we'll see what happens here. I think this isn't the only change that we need to make. MSAA is not a resource actually, and I know that for sure. That got moved, so let's do that first since I happened to see that. Make sure that we get the right migration here. I need to do a branch. GCO B. Actually, I need to, not orphan, git switch I don't use git switch because I've been using git for so long. I think git switch 0.15. We'll call it Bevy 0.15. Will this create a new branch? No. -C. Okay. Git switch branch. Do I need to give it a start point? I feel like Git is never intuitive, so if I do this and it doesn't give me all the history, that's possible. No, that looks good. Okay. So we're on our 0.15 branch now. Let's start with git commit bump Bevy. And then we need to not order independent transparency, move MSA to a component. Should be spawned on each camera if a non-default setting is desired. So what are we using it for? Material. So if this is not a resource anymore and it's on the camera, do we have camera access? Or are we going to need to write that in? Chunks, render devices, tile map pipelines. And it's fully possible, just to be fully transparent, it's fully possible that we end up with like doing some work on this for a little bit and then switching over to the game or something. Because I know that trudging through refactors is not necessarily the most exciting. Okay, extracted views, render materials. Let's look at some of the changes they made in here. Specifically, we had samples, right? So they're getting samples from MSAA, and MSAA is coming from their view query, which has MSAA in it for... That's a custom node. I don't think we have a custom node here. This is our queue material. View target, we have view uniforms. We have entity, extracted view, and visible entities. So there's going to be a change that's very similar to the one that we have to make in this PR, which is why I'm not just guessing. Because this queue thing happens everywhere, right? Like queue line joint gizmos, queue this, queue that, queue the other things. So I think just adding MSAA like this into our entity extracted view query is going to be the right move. Which is here, and they did it like this. Although I generally just like to keep it similar to the way it ends up in the Bevy code base, because it makes updating or upgrading a lot easier. Render layers, visible entities. They're putting MSA after visible entities, it looks like. Not entirely consistent on that though, so I don't think it matters. We'll just put it wherever we want. So then views here, we're going to use down here, and I guess we'll put this after. It's arbitrary completely. But here we'll do MSAA, and that should fix the MSAA stuff for us. And that's the only place we use it, so. What is the... I like doing a process like this where I grab the... Oop, that's not what I meant to do. Where I grab the URL. So this is move MSA to component. And then I can add in like, what do we call this? MSA is no longer a resource. It is a component. Which we can query along with the extracted view. Is extracted view the right component there? Yeah, it is. And then we run it back. So that was one change. This child build thing is really interesting. I didn't see that change go through, so I'm really curious about that one actually. Viewing a git blame on the relevant code if you find the code or know where the code is typically a reasonable thing to do. Doesn't look like it got changed recently. There was some renaming that happened. Maybe we'll look at that one. We're looking for anything, really anything that is like less than 3 months, we'll say. 4 months could be stretching it a little bit, but I think the only thing I see in this file that touched this file is this PR. And this renamed. So what are we looking at here? That's child build. Child builder. Spawn, push children. Which API are we using in this file? Filling. Oh, this isn't even core logic. This is example helpers. Okay. That's even less important, honestly. So this parent then has child builder. It's really interesting that that trait isn't in scope automatically. Do we not bring in the prelude here? We don't bring in the prelude here. It's an interesting choice. I think I can live with continuing that for now, and then maybe we'll go back to this helper and we'll just bring in the prelude. It is really nice when people are learning to like very specifically call out what's used here. But I didn't find where that change was actually made. which bugs me a little bit. I can't make a good comment on why this change is being made if I don't know where it actually happened. I guess it doesn't matter as much because... Oh, is Bevy hierarchy a new crate? Did I miss that? Does this have a link to the... Yada yada, files changed. This didn't make it in yet, so... God, I hate that I need to scroll all the way up to the top on that page. All right, let's look at crates here. Let's look at changes to Bevy hierarchy. Uh, 2 days ago, 2 weeks ago, we introduced disqualified. That's a type name shortening crate. Ah, core and Alec over standard. Maybe that was the PR that changed this. This was a big PR. Child builder, child build. Ah, man, this is gonna be so hard to find. Yeah, this is not going to be searchable for us without pulling the whole thing. GitHub really struggling with this page. I would like to make this change as well, actually. But I think I'll leave this change for another time. As in, like, maybe I create a notes file here. Future changes, post 0.15 RC maybe? I don't know. I'll have to talk to the other maintainers and see if they want to do the required components changes or not. Right now I'm leaning towards not doing it until we have a 0.15 release out. Required components. Is this going to be in the right folder? Just put it here. Okay, this did touch Bevy hierarchy, if I can get GitHub's performance to cooperate. I don't really want to pull it down just to check one file. Lib got touched here too. Extern crate Alec. Interesting. I don't actually see any changes that would have affected this, the existence of this. I guess the creation of the trait in the first place would have been it, now that I think about it. I go to the Bevy repo so often. It's the first result for G. So Bevy hierarchy, source, child builder, blame. And then we look for the traits. Got add child, insert children, commands, pub traits. I guess this didn't make it into 0.14, did it? This is probably one of the oldest PRs that we'll have to deal with. Interesting. Well, I'm happy with that in terms of like finding justification for making this change or context for other maintainers kind of thing. You like Velo and waiting for it? Oh, when waiting for, oh, I didn't see the first one. What do I suggest for building UI in Bevy? I would start with Bevy UI. That's what I would start with. Are you, for some context, are you building something with 0.14? Are you looking for 0.15, etc.? Made an example on both 0.14 and 15, had to change the builder child name for 0.15. Yeah. Yeah, like Xavier says, like it really depends on what you need. 0.14.2. What kind of game are you building? Like, what are you looking for? What are you looking for? Like debug UI? Are you looking for in-game UI? Are you looking for, you know, fancy stuff? Are you looking for simple buttons? Are you building like a 3D modeler? Like what's your? My default answer is, start with Bevy UI, and if it doesn't work for you, then start thinking about other options. Especially if you like, if this is your first Bevy game, start with Bevy UI. Don't pick a third-party library yet. And then once you feel like Bevy UI isn't doing it for you for whatever reason, then use that experience to pick like a third-party library. I think that Bevy UI is fully capable of doing a whole bunch of different stuff. Jarl specifically, I think last week Jarl had an update. Yeah. So let me open this. Oh, I just realized that people can't like full. I should link to the actual URL on those images. Damn. So this is all Bevy UI. Hey, Trevor. Thanks. This is all Bevy UI. It's got drag and drop, hover, bunch of selections. Bevy UI is, you know, not the perfect UI library by any means, but it's fully capable as well. And it's only going to get better in 0.15. 0.15 is going to have picking and stuff built in. I don't think Bevy UI has built-in text boxes. Also, the text handling in Bevy changed in 0.15. Yeah, I think there's a bunch of people who are reasonably happy with Bevy eGUI as well. I would say if you were doing something that was very, very user interactive, like text boxes and stuff, you're probably going to lean towards eGUI. But if you're just doing like in-game UI, Bevy UI is going to be enough for you. Here's how I learned how to do Switch. Can you make a game in Bevy UI? Yeah, I mean, like Bevy UI can handle clicks and everything. So like if you were doing chess or something, you could totally do that. I don't see a lot of benefit in doing that though, because Bevy UI and like Bevy 2D sprites, like you're going to get more functionality out of doing 2D sprites if you were going to do that kind of game. I don't think that it really makes sense to also use the restrictions of Bevy UI for like a chess game or something, you know? I mean, you totally could. There's nothing stopping you. But I don't know that you'll get any benefit from doing it like that. You're trying to make a 2D screen in a 3D world. Yeah, I mean, there's multiple options. Bevy UI you could totally do that if you wanted to. You heard about 0.15 a while ago while you were going through Sickle UI and ended up confused because there was no mention of 0.15. Where do you see 0.15 is not have a release yet. That's what I'm. So, the current state of 0.15 when it comes to Bevy is that the main branch is going to get cut for a release candidate sometime probably next week, but there's no hard deadline. If maintainers don't feel like it's ready for a release candidate, it'll get pushed back another week, but it's very likely going to be next week. So that'll be the first release candidate. The release candidate cycle usually lasts a couple weeks, so maybe call it 3 weeks. And then once everything's stable and people have had an opportunity to kind of like write release notes, migration guides, update ecosystem crates, etc., then 0.15 stable will release. So you're looking at like a month until a stable 0.15 release. I would say minimum. So 0.15 is a thing that is like about to happen, but isn't currently happening, if that makes sense. Yeah, what you do is not a game, just a desktop app with a 3D view, which like, I don't know, if you're building something like Blender, for example, Bevy eGUI might be a better choice at the moment, especially with like pane handling and stuff, but there's nothing stopping you from building panes in Bevy UI either, you know? Like there's literally somebody doing that for the editor right now. Did I not save that file? Oh no, there we go. Just a little bit of a delay. That was weird. I need to recheck my new shell config. Okay, so we're running this down a little bit more. This is going to be that vertex data stuff. This is render command results found enum constructor. This is in draw. So these are draw commands, or render commands anyway. So it's probably not that this was changed, but it's probably that the return value was changed. Yeah, 3 years ago for that, so that hasn't changed. 3 months ago, there was a change. Just a shout out, by the way, I've been watching your videos on YouTube since the last advent of code. Today is the first time watching you live. Love it. Keep it up. Hey, thanks. Glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I've been streaming again for, I don't know, 3 months now, 3 or 4 months, something like that. Kind of a fun thing to do on Saturday mornings, you know? Okay, so this, we're looking for render command stuff. because I think the function signature or something like that changed. So here's an impl render command. And this is render command result. Why did that click in the different spot? Okay. This is render command for set UI texture bind group. Doesn't really matter what this is for. Render command result and render command success. That's what we have here. Where is it failing for us? 69 here. Oh, failure now takes a string. That's the issue. Render command. Yeah, so the work that I'm doing right now is very much like early 0.15 work. There's a crate that I maintain that I would really like to be ready for other people to build on top of when the release candidate goes out. So I'm just making a couple of the changes that I would need to make otherwise so that other people will be able to build on top of it when the time comes. So we've got 5 failures? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 failures. What are we putting in these? View bind group not available. So what is this? Transform index and tile map index, and this comes from uniform indices. I don't know what the right error message would be here. This is looking for view bind group specifically. Is there a mesh uniform here? Probably not. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's go to the PR that implemented the failure string, which is don't ignore drawers. If you're using render command failure just to ignore an error and retry later, use render command result skip instead. I don't think we're doing that. I think it's always like this issue. But we'll see. Let's take a look at some of the reasons they chose to put in here. Oh, interesting. Was this originally just error logs and then those are all skipped? It's interesting that they don't use the failure anywhere. Yeah, they're logging everything out, which is really interesting. There's really no use of that. Here we go. Here's something that's similar. So here they're querying for the UI vertices and indices, which is roughly what we're doing here. Not vertices and indices, but mesh uniform data. This is in render for attract render pass. Yep. Let's do something like mesh uniform or tile map uniform data not available. Because if they're not available, then we can't do anything. And then this one is for image bind groups. This is if the tile map texture I think we're just going to start with inserting error messages here, and then we'll run some of the examples and make sure that this isn't causing any issues. This is couldn't get render pipeline. This is time map ID not available. This is chunk ID or tile map ID not available. I think these are all hard failures. Like if we don't have the IDs for the things we're trying to render, then we can't actually do anything with them. So there was a mention of like some skipping stuff being included, but I don't think that we want to skip anything there. So this is the failures. We will go back to the original PR, grab this. Git commit. Render, what is it called? Render something results? Render command result. I guess errors are no longer ignored is really the result of this. It's interesting because like the changelog is that render command result failure got renamed to skip and then failure got added. I feel like it's tough to say whether I want to skip or not with the information available. I don't think we want to ignore an error, but I'm going to start out with making those hard errors because I think having them be hard errors, if they are, is better than skipping them and potentially ignoring errors. So worst case scenario, what's going to happen here is that we'll hit errors that shouldn't be errors and that should be skips, and then we'll change them back to skips. Okay. So I think I'm relatively happy with that. And this is kind of just the upgrade process for libraries. I think there's one more thing on top of this that we're going to have to do, which is the depth buffer. This method takes 3 arguments before we're supplied. So as bind group, probably related to this is render assets GPU image, non-exhaustive pattern, invalid sampler type not covered. And then let's check the invalid sampler type. I feel like that's the next easiest one to do. Interesting that this is only used in 2 places in the entire application. This is in a macro. This is the as bind group macro specifically. And then this is also the as bind group macro, which is really interesting, honestly. Leon trying to make 2.5D. I don't know what you mean by that. Leon trying to make 2.5D. Match value, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is 349. Oh, trying 2.5. Okay, I get what you're saying now. So prepare material tile map in 337. Oop, that's not what I meant to do. Render material. Which is our function, I think. Yeah, so prepare material tile map. Uses as bind group, which could potentially return an as bind group error. So let's start in here. I don't think this changed. I think the error changed. So maybe we do a blame on this and see what PR changed it. This is check sampler type and as bind group derives. Currently, if you use an image with the wrong sampler type in a material, WGPU panics. Oh, this is early failure. Actually, this is changing it to be a warning. Interesting. The expected sampler type is specified in the as bind group derive, so we can just check the image sampler for what it should be. So if there isn't one, I remember seeing this PR. So they're just propagating it back up. Prepare asset error. Which means that this prepare materials tile map doesn't have prepare asset error. making a TV in a game is really easy actually, especially with Bevy. You just have a second camera and you render that to a texture and you put the texture in the world. Like, it's pretty reasonable, honestly. Prepare material tile map. And then this returns a number of errors. So we have to effectively handle the error here somehow. This is not loving me doing this. Like this would fix it. This is bad. As bind group, what do we have for as bind group? There looks like another change here. It's really interesting that this is a prepare asset error. This is just an arbitrary prepare asset function. So is prepare asset error something that we can make use of, or is this... Does this already exist? It does. Prepare asset error. I guess the only variant of prepare asset error is retry next update. Interesting. So that got changed to have an as bind group error. And it's really funny because a lot of the code for doing a lot of this custom stuff looks very similar to the code that is in Bevy itself. So whenever you see PRs like this and you have custom code, keeping it to like look similar to what's in Bevy is very useful. Yeah, if you're just doing like a 2D thing that you don't need to like interact with or whatever, and it's just a monitor, it's just like a display, you can do that with whatever camera. You can render that to a texture, use that texture even in a shader or something, and then just like render it onto a cube or like whatever your TV is, you know? You can also just have two cameras, right? Like you can just have a camera 2D and a camera 3D. And if you're 50-50 between the RPG and the zombie slasher, you can just display one or the other at any given time. I think the way cameras work in Bevy is really cool because it means that you have a lot of flexibility with doing things like that. Material as bind group. So this is trying to take a prepared asset error. This is mesh 2D material and Bevy sprite. Let's go mesh 2D material and Bevy sprite. Source, mesh 2D, material. And what was the thing we were looking at? Prepare asset. I guess we really don't have an asset over here, do we? Technically, I guess we do. I think I'll do that and set up both scenes with blenvy. Blenvy is fantastic. That's the other crate that I want to look at potentially upgrading. Because I need it for my own game. I think that most other crates probably have somebody who is going to update them fairly quickly. But blenvy has... there's a lot to blenvy. And I think it's useful. especially since it's like technically still in alpha. It's useful to be able to like contribute that kind of thing. So this as bind group, we still need to figure out why this is pipeline, render device, images, fallback. Pipeline, render device, images, fallback. So this fallback image has some other issue. Unexpected argument 4 of type fallback image. But as bind group for I mean, that looks right to me. Let's hold on that for a sec. If you want to have a strict ordering of things, do you need to make a custom render pass? First render all of the ground, then all of the models, then water, then sprites. If you want to have a strict ordering of things, technically, no, you just need to not use batching. I guess ordering of things is very generic. So like, you definitely could. Just make Mugen game. I don't know what a Mugen game is. Prepare material tile map is a function we created, which is probably a mirror of some function in here. Prepared material. This is like almost directly the same. Did I think about making a full course on Bevy in the future? I have a decent amount of thoughts on that. One of the things that I am trying to figure out right now is how best to maintain Bevy material over time, especially polished Bevy material. So all the way over here, you can see that I'm working on like the 2048 scripts at the moment, which is great and fine and whatever, except that this is like a 20 lesson workshop. So there's 2048 and there's Snake, and then there's like any number of potential other games, right? Maintaining those over month, like the release cadence of Bevy is non-trivial. So I have a number of ideas for how to do that better in the future, but I need to solve that problem before I do something that is like a full Bevy course, for example. I do want to do that. I just want to make sure that I don't put something out and then it like stagnates for versions, if that makes sense, right? Like I don't want to put something out for 0.15 if it's going to be 0.15 when Bevy's on 0.19 because it's so hard to update, you know? There's also some work happening theoretically on the Bevy book, and I don't want to overlap with the Bevy book either. So I started writing some stuff for the Bevy book, but I'm not really sure. There's somebody else working on it, and I'm not really sure what they're doing. So I need to reach out to them, I think, and figure out what they're doing on it. So TBD. I think that doing Bevy stuff like that is really useful. But like 0.14 to 0.15, for example, required components is a pretty big change. So that would make everything like not obsolete. Obsolete is the wrong word because they're still like pretty relevant and like bundles still exist. But like required components is like the new way to do things, and people people don't like being taught stuff that is even like half a cycle old, if that makes sense. So yeah, one of the things that I'm going to do for the Bevy workshops that I currently have, and the other ones that I'm building, is I'm going to try to maintain them more incrementally. Like as main develops for 0.16, all of those workshops I'm going to try to keep up to date with main, so that it's not like a 40-hour sprint at the end of the release cycle, but that I just kind of have them all the time. And I think that's the most realistic way to maintain them. And then I'm also going to make them like a little smaller. Like 2048 for being a simple game, right? Still has like a number of things to talk about. Let's see. It's probably not going to show well on screen because I don't have Emacs set up for stream. But there's already like 16 lessons here. And like it's almost done or whatever. There's another like 4 or 5 lessons to do, I think. Maybe 1 or 2 more. But like explaining all of the little things makes it much longer than it needs to be, I think. So I think I want to do smaller, earlier content that leads into this, and then in this, not talk about certain things. So I need the workshops to build on each other in a better way. And between that and maintaining it incrementally, I think I can achieve more Bevy content that I maintain in a better way. But we'll see. That's something I'm gonna test over the next like 3 to 4 months. There is nobody else maintaining Bevy educational material, as far as I can tell. Like obviously there's the Bevy project and the contributors and all of the examples and all the docs in the docs and stuff like that. But maintaining pros and like, here's how to build an entire game is really tough. Most people are only doing like one of those, if any of those at all. Like even the Learn WGPU stuff, right? Like WGPU doesn't, it doesn't update that often. And I think last I checked, this was still out of date, which is like, fine. It's open source. People could submit pull requests and stuff. Let's see what the current state of the code is. Beginner stuff. Let's look at the, yeah. So update to 0.22 3 months ago. What is current WGPU? 22.1. So they're up to date now. I guess they weren't. Last time I checked was 3. Oh, actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, is the website deployed? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, also they're not up to date with Winit. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like different libraries change, and while they're up to date with WGPU, they aren't up to date with Winit, literally because breaking changes that introduce a lot of code changes and stuff. So like I have a example for Winit 30. This is, I think, the repo. Maybe I didn't push it yet. This isn't published work yet. This is just kind of like in progress work. So yeah, I've got Winit 0.30 in this example, but like maintaining all of the Learn WGPU stuff for, this is like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 lessons. So like roughly a workshop or whatever. It's a decent amount of work, and like it's really tough to do that in your spare time, which is why I have to charge for the stuff that I do, because if I don't charge for it, then I can't spend the time to update it. Kind of hand in hand. and it needs to be updated fairly often. Can't you build your material on Bevy examples so you don't have to maintain it? I mean, to some extent, I think that there's a moral side to things too, in the sense of like ethically what is the right thing to do and how do I add value to the ecosystem. So yes, I could just take all the examples and like do a workshop or like a course and just say it's the Bevy examples. Um, that seems really shady, honestly, personally. I don't like that idea very much. I think that um, because that work is all open source and contributed from multiple people and whatnot, for me to take it and then go make money off it is really weird. Um, that said, I have no problem making videos on it on YouTube, right? Freely accessible YouTube videos based on Bevy examples makes a lot of sense. Technically, I'm getting ad revenue from that, so I'm still making money off of it, but it's not restricted from access by anyone, if that makes sense. And you have to put videos like somewhere, right? They have to be hosted. So I have no problem with like making YouTube videos on top of Bevy examples and explaining them and talking people through them and using them in different ways. I would not build like any kind of paid course or whatever just on top of Bevy examples. That sounds shady. Material as blind group. So this is, why is this think it needs more? How come there's no donation button on YouTube? Because I make all my money off Rust Adventure. I've thought about doing, this is where I make my money. It's a subscription educational kind of thing. But I don't know. Like I haven't done YouTube memberships because there's a lot of work that goes into providing additional content and stuff. And the things that I want to focus on are like I'm either making YouTube videos or I am doing polished educational stuff for Rust Adventure. And the polished educational stuff I can actually sell to people who have like professional education budgets. And one person with a professional education budget that lets their company pay for like a Rust Adventure subscription for a year is worth like 100 YouTube, like 100 Twitch subscriptions plus, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't make a ton of sense for me to do like less than $5, you know, YouTube donations every once in a while. Not that I wouldn't like appreciate it or anything, but like I don't want people who can only afford to give me $2 to give me $2, if that makes sense, right? And I don't want that incentive to be there. I want people who have, you know, like professional education budgets from their company who can, you know, use that as part of their professional development to use that money to pay for professional development that I'm providing over here. I think there's arguments for and against any of that stuff. It's just the stance that I have right now. I don't necessarily think it's an issue to have YouTube memberships or the donation button or whatever. It also means like if I do YouTube memberships, then I have to do more YouTube stuff, which would be fine on some level. But then what is that content? And I already produce so much stuff that it's hard to add more stuff onto it. So adding more channels where I have to produce more videos, I don't know. I already produce 2 This Week in Bevy videos and 2 other videos and then 2 live streams a week, plus all of the other educational work that I do, plus anything else, all of the examples and stuff, plus any open source maintainership, plus any like individual consulting that I take on right? So like there's already a huge stack of stuff. And I'm not sure that doing like restricted YouTube membership stuff makes a lot of sense. I don't know. I've had people try to convince me that it does make sense in the past, but I don't know. I just haven't done it yet. Okay, so yeah, having to produce more videos on top of everything. Didn't know there was those requirements. Well, there's those requirements like anytime you start taking money from people, you have to give them something in response to that, right? Like, I don't think that a lot of people would be happy paying a YouTube membership if I didn't put anything up for them to watch as a result of being a member. So like it's not a hardline requirement necessarily from YouTube. I think it's an expectation, right? If somebody has a YouTube membership, I would want to, for example, if I did YouTube memberships, right? I also have Rust Adventure. If somebody wanted to pay through YouTube for some reason, I would want to give them access to Rust Adventure as well. And I just don't know how to do that yet. And I don't know if you can do that at all. So like, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of open questions there. I just don't necessarily have the time to dig into all of them. And I definitely don't have the time to like stack on another couple videos every week or something, you know? Patreon, same thing, Minor. Actually, Patreon even more so, same thing. Where like if I did a Patreon, then I would also be on the hook for doing more Patreon videos. Which just puts me on the hook for even more stuff. I kind of like the setup I have right now where I do like more experimental stuff on YouTube, or open source related stuff on YouTube, and then I have something more professional, where people can spend professional education budgets and things like that. Because it is software. Like at the end of the day, I'm teaching people how to, you know, write Rust, which is a valuable skill, in a whole bunch of different domains, right? So the less I depend on like individuals, like giving me the money they would have used for coffee or something like that, the better off I feel about it. I think you think you need to provide inner workings, not full materials. So like what's different than what I'm doing right now though, you know? Like right now I'm just updating a library. Right? Like Bevy ECS tile map is just a library that needs to get updated at some point, and I decided to do that on stream. Hopefully this is useful for people, but it's also a little bit behind the scenes. It's a little bit of inside baseball, right? Like I imagine that most people watching are not maintaining like a 2D tile map library, you know? So I don't know. I'm open to it, but I really can't come up with anything that is like that people would want to see in that sense. Why does this think it takes material tile map? That's our thing, but it's where is it? That's the pipeline. There we go. Material tile map implements as bind group asset clone sized. This is vertex shader, fragment shader, specialized. That all makes sense. It's kind of like an extension trait, right? YouTube has member and super thanks. Super thanks are single donations on a video. I think I need to be I think I need to enable membership to enable super thanks. I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, but they're reasonably closely tied. I also keep getting emails from YouTube and they're like, hey, join our like YouTube like how to do memberships on your channel course. So YouTube's also pushing me to do memberships, hilariously. You always love the content I make, even upgrading this library. You usually have to start over from scratch due to not understanding the why. I appreciate that. Yeah. And I'm glad you're enjoying the stuff, the videos, the streams, etc. You'd love to see a deep dive about Bevy async tasks. Rust went the path of Tokyo, and Bevy doesn't really support it. There's a single plugin that maps Tokyo to Bevy, but it could use a deep dive. Yeah, that's actually, so I have a video on the channel right now about landscape generation. Maybe you've seen that one or not. Let's go check out the examples in Bevy. So in that landscape generation, the next video for landscape generation, which might come out on Tuesday, I might have to push This Week in Bevy back to Tuesday this week. I've got a lot going on this weekend. Where was I looking? I think this is in its own. Yeah, there we go. So the landscape generation next video is probably going to be on async landscape generation. So we did low poly, we did infinite chunk-based generation in the next video, and then the video after that, we're going to crank that up, way up, to the point where like it'll block the game if we do it in a regular system. And then effectively what we're going to do is we're going to switch to this async compute because Bevy has task pools built in. And we're going to do effectively exactly this example, if I'm being perfectly honest. This example is actually a really great example. It does a lot of things that we are going to actually exactly need to do. And we'll talk through it and whatnot. So the async task stuff will definitely be in that series. But if you can't wait, go check out the async tasks examples because they are pretty well written. It'll be pre-recorded. See if I can. Not studio, view my channel. It's funny, I never look at my own channel like this. So I've never seen this live before. Yeah, so these videos, the build low poly terrain from planes and meshes, that's number 1. And then infinite chunk-based terrain generation was number 2. And then the next one past that is going to be async chunks and stuff. So they'll be pre-recorded, same as those. Your weekly vids are helpful? The This Week in Bevy stuff? Either way, glad you're finding them useful. Okay, so I haven't figured out exactly why as bind group, we are probably going to need to make this change too. As bind group layout, see, here we go. As bind group, material 2D layout, render device, material param. What is material param? And then they're returning prepare asset error here. So I feel like this is supposed to be what we do. Let's see. Where's prepare asset? That's render asset. Where's our Asbine group being called? This is just manual, which is in the prepare materials tile map, which is just attached to the prepare assets. We shouldn't be making this a render asset, should we? Yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying the This Week in Bevy stuff. This Week in Bevy takes me, again, like, it takes me a few hours every week to prepare. So I'm very happy whenever anybody finds it useful. When did this change? Bevy ECS tile map is fairly old at this point. And I only became a maintainer last version, so in 0.14. So we haven't necessarily updated to all of the modern idioms. Not that you need live support. The success page coming back from Stripe Guide to 404. I think that's just a page render. I think it's literally just a whatchamacallit. Like the page is a URL 404, not a. But thank you for letting me know. I have another version of the site that I'm working on currently, so hopefully that'll go up over the next few months. One of the things that I've been working on other than Bevy stuff is, I think this is it. So Leptos 0.7, I guess gamma now. So they went through an alpha, they went through a beta, and then they did a gamma. This is Leptos 0.7 gamma at this point. So I've been doing this to check out the updates on my personal site. And that is going to go into the next version of Rust Adventure as that stabilizes. But I need to do it on something a little bit more experimental before I put it up on the production site. Yeah, you use it to follow meshlets and any ECS changes. Nice. All right. Use render assets prepare material M for any render materials. I think we need to do this update at some point. This is from the 0.14 cycle. Yeah. But we didn't make an update in Bevy ECS tile map. I think we did kind of a minimal update, more or less. We tried to use Leptos 0.7, but had a lot of trouble between incomplete examples and the example crashing the linker. The linker errors have been fixed. I do have to say. You were on Mac OS experiencing linker errors, right? It's also worth saying that 0.7 is not released yet. It's still in pre-release, so not terribly surprising. But yes, there were Mac OS linker errors. Linux, interesting. That's very interesting. I thought they were only on Mac OS. I will say that the linker errors got fixed. They got fixed, I want to say like last week. So if you were trying it before that, and on certain commits, you would definitely have run into it. Seeing it on Linux, though, is really interesting because I was seeing linker errors on Mac OS, but it was fine in CI. Like when I went to actually deploy the site, because my site is actually on some random like fly URL, so it's actually deployed. It just isn't production yet. It's working fine in GitHub Actions, but the Mac OS linker had an issue. Okay, so we don't have... This is all kind of like a replication of what it looked like at Bevy in some point. It's not necessarily... So I think we're not going to use prepare asset error. I think that we are going to kind of ignore that. And I think we'll ignore that in favor of doing a future refactor of this functionality in sum total. The only question is, this is fallback image. Fallback image, is that an us thing? I actually don't know offhand. No, that is a Bevy thing. Let's take a look at fallback image. Fallback image. This is the magenta? No, it's not. It's white. Okay, cool. So maybe this is just used by default now? That would be very cool. Images has an issue with that. No problems on Arch for Leptos, you mean? Nice. It was the SSR Axum example specifically trying now. I forget. Probably... Well, the other thing about Leptos 0.7 is that there are 0.7 templates too. So I would probably look at Cargo Leptos new. I forget what the incantation is, but I believe that this repo has the current 0.7 like stuff in it. That's 0.6, so it's got to be a different branch. Why does it only show me one branch? Interesting. Maybe it's not this repo. Maybe I had that wrong. I thought it was up to date, but it doesn't look like it is. There's a different repo for 0.7? Okay. In any case, there is, oh, start Axum 07. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, so the 0.7 like other repo is what I would look at. I wouldn't necessarily look at the examples yet. I don't know that the examples are fully up to date, but that repo should work. Leptos time, let's go. Leptos is great. I really like Leptos. That's actually, I basically gave a talk on Leptos at RustConf. That was my talk. It was basically, hey, you can use Leptos now if you want to. They removed a lot of examples. Yeah. It's tough to maintain that many examples. It's really, really impressive that Bevy can do so. Also, I think a lot of the Leptos examples used third-party crates too, which is really awkward. Especially from like a doing upgrades perspective. Yeah. Decided to stay on 0.6 and then worry when you have something working. That's fair. There's not a ton of user side changes from 6 to 7. I'm using 0.7 so that I'm up to date. And I tend to just use pre-release stuff anyway. That's just like a thing that I do. I don't know. I've got the dopamine location in my brain for using pre-release stuff. Makes me happy. The example for Axum is still crashing. That's really interesting. If you... Is it the linker error that you're running into? Brain go burr. If you look for... If you have an interest in doing 0.7 stuff, this is a working 0.7 site. So my GitHub user, my github.github.com site was a main branch. If you want to look at it, don't feel like you have to do 0.7 stuff. It's not released yet, so there's no reason to force it. Okay, so prepare material tile map. We aren't doing the error here. I think I'm just going to keep doing this for a moment. I don't exactly know what change is the right one to make here, so I'm just going to make it clear that this is a thing that we have to handle at some point. And I'm going to try to move forward and make the example run before we come back and fix this. Because it's really hard to fix things when things don't necessarily run. So this is going to be... like a to-do. And then this error will go away. And I don't think that this will cause an issue for us because if the sampler is wrong, then there's an issue anyway. I don't think we have a good PR to link to in this error message, do we? I guess this is technically the one that made the change. Let's do error X. I think I said here, yep. So we'll do this as well. It just gets us a little bit more forward. I'm going to leave these warnings in here so that it's like very clear that there's something wrong. It's actually insane to me how good Bevy is with their examples. I don't know another project that has so many that are kept maintained. Yeah, they're so good with their examples. Like, so amazingly good. Where'd my mouse just go? Come on. Uh-oh. Well, my My computer just crashed. We're rebooting our laptop stream. Sorry. I think the stream is still going. Let's talk to chat for a second while this boots up. Oh, I have no idea how many windows are about to open on my laptop. What was the uptime? I have no idea what the uptime was. Let me... Now you can hear me. Yeah. Audio not on the scene. I know. I'm doing it. I'm just blocking my laptop while it comes back up. All right, so that was great. My laptop is back up, but I do need to move like a ton of windows around and stuff. So let's see what chat is saying for the moment. We'll do a face cam stream for a moment. Yeah, Bevy's examples are really good. Yes. Side note from MC Bernie, your videos and your work are so great and helpful. I've already begun to develop large projects with Bevy and Leptos. Oh, that's so awesome. I love hearing that. You're trying to write an installable progressive web app that supports push notifications and shared app. Nice. That's cool. And you're doing a digital signage system with Leptos as web front end and Bevy as main GFX system on custom open embedded Linux system. You're doing a custom digital signage system with Leptos as the front end and Bevy as the main graphics system on open embedded Linux? That's really cool. First time catching a live stream, but thank you for everything, Bevy Leptos. It's helped a lot. Nice. I love hearing that. I'm glad y'all are finding this all useful. Oh man. The other problem is I never restart my computer. So I have so many windows open. Do I have, okay, so one of the problems might be that I have 18 desktops. What do you think? Carabiner elements, get rid of that. This is some other one, get rid of that. Close that. Close Blender. I guess install clean shot update, why not? Close Photoshop. Bring Chrome over. Give us 30 desktops. Your current uptime is 17 days. Nice. Oh yeah, blue screen of death. I haven't seen a blue screen of death in a long time, knock on wood. I think the only time I've ever seen them recently is when I'm messing with BIOS stuff. Okay, this is my terminal. Let's not restore all the Chrome pages. That sounds like a bad idea. Okay, I think we're good. Let's just make sure all the messaging apps are closed. All right. How many monitors am I rocking? 3. I think we can switch back to being live now. Well, that was exciting. Hey, pros for a 2-computer setup. Your laptop can completely crash and the stream is still up. Your Monday task is always close Safari windows and Vim and open terminals. No vertical monitors. Just so there's two monitors here and here, and then actually this, what I'm looking at right now, fourth wall break. That's actually a prompter. So I have a teleprompter with chat on it, so I can talk to chat. And then I have my laptop way over here, which I don't really use the laptop screen unless I'm like sitting down. And then like this is the other laptop screen, and that's the stream computer. Yeah, I mean, there's changes I would make to my setup, but I like nothing's really wrong with it either, you know. Come on, you buy. I need my calendar to not be here. Why would my calendar show up there? Now everybody knows I'm doing a birthday thing for my friend later. Remove drop shadows. The only real reason I use Yabai is for tiling windows and what you just saw, which is getting rid of all the shadows. Google Chrome isn't my default browser? That doesn't sound right. Anyway. Let's see, where are we? This is a fraction of the VS codes that I have open, by the way. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I had 9 desktops on this side and 9 desktops on this side. I've got 3 VS codes over there, 2 on this desktop, and another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. This is my physical memory. I've tried to change it. I've tried to do other things. Okay, I do not have it in me to do other things for whatever reason. This is Bevy stuff, so we'll move that. This is that's 2048. Let me get that on its own monitor. This is another project that I may or may not continue with. That's Tori Leptos stuff. I guess that's another thing. I could make more Tori videos too, since y'all are all here and talking about Leptos. This is the VS code for the tooling that I use for This Week in Bevy. This is the terrain generation VS code. This is the game that we were talking about earlier. Isn't VS Code in JS? Must be a real pain for the RAM and CPU. I guess. I've got 64 gigs of it, so. I don't really notice it ever, honestly. Let's see, VS Code, memory, I guess. Oh, look, Rust Analyzer is the top, not VS Code. Surprise. I think VS Code is basically like a Chrome window, honestly. When it comes down to like memory usage and stuff, like, yeah, okay, so these are like 200 megabytes each. Could it be better? Yes, obviously. It could be, you know, NeoVim or Emacs or something. But is it like an issue? No, it's really not. And then since I've got all of those projects open and they're all Rust projects, they all have Rust Analyzer going, and Rust Analyzer is taking a gig per project that I have open. I'm currently using 49 gigs. I don't think that's true. I think that's like fake memory, if that makes sense. Like this doesn't add up to 40. There's no way. This is sorted by size. So this is like, I don't know, we'll call this like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then like maybe another 10. So like I think one of the things that Mac OS does is just kind of like use everything. Like it allocates everything. And doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily actually using all of that, but it's just all allocated, if that makes sense. I don't know enough about how Mac OS does its memory management, but my understanding is that like you looking at these numbers does not necessarily directly reflect what's actually being used. Where's my terminal? Maybe I get rid of some of these desktops since we don't have the windows to go on them anymore. This fly can go away. This comes over. This is 2048. I have a 2048 desktop over here, right? Yes. 2048 over here. All right. Where were we? We were in GitHub, ECS tile map. This has to be open. So we have that here. Great. And then I guess let's just pull that in over here because we don't need it to be on a separate desktop at the moment. I guess this could be on a separate desktop. Cool. Let's get that example running again. You stopped running VS Code because of how slow it is. Somebody else says Rust Analyzer still phones you with an NVIM. Yeah, I can see that. VS Code is not so slow. Mostly the problem is Rust Analyzer, mostly in combination with Cargo Watch and Cargo Leptos Watch. You get your NeoVim Rust Analyzer oomed a couple times because you only have 16 gigs. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, in general, I don't find that VS Code is actually, like, an issue. I also, like, in general, don't think that Electron apps are an issue. So, I mean, it is what it is. Unrelated but performance-related issue is that in debug mode, your Bevy executable is 1.8 gigs and 50 in release mode. And the debug app is much slower than the release app. Yes. Have you seen the optimizations to put into... Let me pull back that other app that we had up earlier. Have you seen the Bevy package optimizations? Palettes, Rust. Did I minimize it? Why would I have minimized it? Oh, no, I just have additional VS Code stuff minimized. Okay. I have more VS Codes than we showed before, in case anybody really wants to count. This right here. Okay. And you didn't have the issue before 0.13 or 12? Interesting. It was quite fun when all the jankiest went away when you enabled optimizations for Bevy's releases. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, like, compiling with optimizations is a really big thing. And honestly, something that a lot of people just forget. I have an entire video on my channel that's basically just don't forget to use release mode because everybody forgets. So, like, sometimes people will be like, Rust is slow. And I'm like, did you compile in release mode? And they'll go, no, I didn't think that was an issue. Optimizations matter. Okay, so I guess we do this GPU mesh change at the same time. Or do we isolate this as bind group? This as bind group seems unrelated. So maybe we commit this. Sebastian lag and Unity had to implement async. Yeah, is it lag or lag? I don't remember. Anyway, I was thinking about doing level of detail for that terrain as well. Xavier suggested doing level of detail actually. And the idea for level of detail that I was coming up with was basically like the vertices have to match on the edges. So I'm trying to think of a way to make that easy to do without having to construct your own meshes. I don't have a good answer for that yet. The best answer that I kind of have is to do like strips in between them that match. And then we can do, one of the really interesting things about Bevy these days is that visibility ranges exist. And visibility ranges will let you literally render different poly meshes based on how far away from the camera you are. So you end up with basically a hierarchical level of detail, right? Where anything really close to the camera gets the high poly mesh, anything further away gets, you know, like a lower poly mesh, and then like you could do billboards for things that are really far away. And you get to set those margins and whatnot. And I guess like I'm 50-50 on doing the seams or not for that video. Because like the seams are interesting, yes. Yeah, I also don't think like stitching the different areas together at the border isn't what people do necessarily. Like they don't create one big mesh. They just match the number of vertices, right? So the idea is basically like if you've got a 4x4 grid and a 2x2 grid, then you have what, 5 vertices and 3 vertices, and those numbers have to match. So you end up on the higher detail side just skipping vertices effectively. So I think actually what I'm going to do, because the series that I'm working on for the landscape stuff currently, I'm trying to avoid doing manual mesh creation and manual geometry and dealing with triangles and stuff. So I think what we're actually going to do is hopefully we can get the visibility range information inside of a shader, and then we'll do a vertex shader for changing the vertice heights for things that are next to things with lower LODs. You would say the easiest way would be to modify the height of the verts of the higher resolution trunk to be lerped between the neighbors instead of using the noise value. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So ideally we do that. We'll probably do that in a vertex shader. And we'll probably just do, if we're at the edge and we know that the margin is going to be different in the next chunk or something, then we will decrease it. You think it's more correct to do the lower res one with the border? I guess that makes sense because the lower res one is the one that's changing, right? But yeah, well, I think there'll be a different terrain series as well. Like this is kind of like low poly, used to introduce people to meshes, introduce people to modifying meshes, mesh attributes, things like that. And then introducing people to like custom commands and like how to do chunking, and that you can just store that in a resource. And then the next one's going to be like async stuff. So I don't want to get too much into mesh creation. If I can figure out how to do meshes that are easily stitchable that have that border, then definitely would try. But yeah, both would work, but the second solution would be more correct regarding the respect to the required LOD. Yeah, I think I agree with that, thinking about it. The problem you have, for example, 11 vertices on one side and 6 on the other. In some cases, you do see the meshes aren't connected. 11 vertices on one side. So you have 10 and 5. I think you have to make sure that the subdivisions match too, right? Like, I think that saying that you're only going to do powers of 2, like Xavier is saying right now, is a reasonable restriction when you think about how you're going to set up your resolutions. Like, doing things such that it is arbitrary, which is another thing that Xavier was commenting on. It would be cool to do just like arbitrary stitching of meshes in different ways and not having it be a grid. I think doing arbitrary stuff requires a lot more custom work. Yeah. I think restricting ourselves to only doing things that work well for the situation is fine. And that's also something that happens in games, right? You do things in certain ways so that they work. But you still have to double the vertices on the higher LOD. Double the vertices? Yeah. Like if you do 5 faces and 10 faces, then you have 6 and whatever. I'm not going to be able to do the math in my head, even though it's very simple math. As bind group, what was the name of this PR that we were looking at? This was the prepare assets, the as bind group error. And then I wanted to look at the images error. I don't know why the images is an error there. Types differ in mutability. Oh, this is part of the GPU image stuff, so we have to do this, I think. I think we have to do these at the same time. Okay, GPU image we've already got. We don't need to change that. So this is as bind group, the function. Which, this is texture binding array, so it's not the definition. Image assets fallback image. So is it? Yeah, this is the definition. Okay, layout, render device, param. In our case, we just have images, so. Oh, at mute system param item. So this needs to be mutable. That's really interesting. Expected mutable reference to the system param item. Found mutable reference. So images is not the right thing to pass in there, I think. So we've got as bind group, right? This is an implementation. So layout, render device, and then params. Do we have a problem with the render assets? That should be a system param item, right? So let's look for render assets, because I think the render assets changed a long time ago. Render assets, source assets. We're trying to lean on the as bind group here. Self param. So this is param for material. Material is a material tile map. Material tile map has its as bind group implementation up here, which has it has to implement it on its own. And we derive it for standard tile map material. So we end up with what? Can I expand this? Expand macro. And we get render assets, sres, GPU image, fallback image, GPU shader storage buffer. So we need all of this into that as bind group, I guess. So we've got render assets, GPU image. We've got the fallback image. Now you think about it, the first solution, the lerp thing, would not produce a watertight mesh and would probably cause issues with normals and other vert attributes. I think I'm not concerned about like normals, right? I think that for the chunking and the level of detail, stitching them close enough to good enough is good enough, if that makes sense. Because I think that the small places in which it may be not perfect would be fixed if we were doing it manually and constructing our own meshes, which is the quote unquote right solution, right? And they're going to be far enough away where it's going to be harder to see that those issues exist. And because it's noise, it's not going to spike up randomly either. So I think lerping might not be the right thing. But it'll be close enough. I think the shading being weird is fine, actually. Right? Because it's low poly already. And it's far away. Because like what I'm thinking is like we bump up the terrain, right? The video you sent is related to LOD. Right. I got distracted by my computer crashing. I have not seen that video, but I will watch it. I haven't opened StreamerBot since a couple streams ago, I think. Discord, yeah. Which I think now that I've connected works. Maybe. Hopefully. Guess not. Not sure why that doesn't work. Integrations. Is there a YouTube thing here somewhere? Platforms. YouTube. Oh, because my account is disconnected. That's why. Why is my account disconnected? Maybe I got logged out. Now, let's try it. Huh? Now does it work? Oh, token has an incorrect number of scopes. Okay, I logged in wrong. Just today is really fun for the for the account setup stuff and whatnot. Okay, now it should work. Let's try this again. Let's just say test. You're having fun. Oh, perfect. It'll be me responding, but it's not me responding. It's the bot responding. Honestly, for me, as long as stream is having fun, I'm happy doing whatever. I'm happy. For me, this is much more of a like Q&A session than it is actually getting serious work done. If I want to get serious work done, I do it off stream. So I'm very happy to talk about Leptos or Bevy or Tori or any number of things as I kind of idly try to upgrade this library. Expected mutable reference. Found res, render assets. It's really interesting. Because then it claims that that's necessary, but I don't think that that's the answer. Mismatch types. It expects the system param item, which is all of this stuff. So let's go figure out. There were changes to this at some point, right? I forget which PR we were looking at. And this stuff. So let's do a blame here and see if there's a related PR. Refactor as bind group. That looks right. This looks like the issue. Make as bind group, take an associated param type. As bind group now allows you to specify a system param. So that's new. So we haven't done that yet. But we do have param. Why do we have param? I guess it's being derived for us, so it's already there. But how do we get the information for this param if we're going to... Oh, okay, I get it now. That's what's new about this. Okay, we don't actually need to do this manually anymore because it's associated with the params that are getting derived. Okay, and then this uses base param. Do we actually use these manually at all here? Let's get rid of the extension. Do we use these manually at all? No, we don't. It's all passed into materials as bind groups, so we're good, I think. So we need effectively this. I don't know what extended param is, though. There's... Oh, this is an extended material, that's why. That makes sense. So we need, then, this other thing. We need this now. So this is just super generic compared to what we had before. And then fallback image and images, I think, go away. And we just call this params, maybe? We need to bring this into scope. And then this is params. And this can't be self. This has to be m param. That sounds right. So the question is, how many more issues does that cause for us? This takes 4, but 5 were supplies. So prepare material tile map. Now doesn't take images or fallback because prepare material, because these two things are no longer things that come from this. So we need to propagate that system param, which is this, down to our, where were we? Here? Down to here. And then this is params. Let's take another look over here. This is not the only place we need to do this either. So let's grab this again and copy it and look for the other usage of prepare material tile map, which is here. Oh, that's just downstream of the same place. Okay, cool. So that's that. And that should get rid of that error. We still have some other error. Unsatisfied trait bounds. That's very interesting. Local isn't part of our... So it's this, and then this requires this, which is... Can we do that? Okay, so the method inset exists for a function item, but the trait bounds were not satisfied. That's because we're adding this new system param item thing in here. Method cannot be called due to unsatisfied trait bounds. I feel like this needs to be associated with interesting. I do wish this error was better for other people. This is a nasty error. The question is, this is prepare materials tile map. Hopefully we don't have to do this explicitly. So prepare materials tile map M inset prepare assets, right? And then here we're in standard material. So let's take a look at standard material on its own. That's not the right button to click to do that, unfortunately. One day I'll learn how to use GitHub after 15 years of using it. Let's look for inset maybe. No. What do we have in here for prepare? Extended material, unprepared buying group. As buying group for extended material. I'm looking at the extended stuff because I think it'll be generic just like we need it to be generic, especially this material extension. In this case, this is going to be material pipeline, render materials pipeline, prepare materials tile map. Of which M needs to be a material tile map. Material tile map doesn't have that param though. The as bind group has that param. Right, like material tile map is this trait up here, and it requires an implementation of as bind group, but is not. So M param might be just the wrong thing to do here. I thought that was going to give us the right. Yeah, okay. I think that's fine. It's unambiguous, so it's fine. Cold Coke on 36C heat hits different. How much is 36C? 36C to F. 97. Yeah. What is it here right now? Oh, it's fine here. 77 here. It's going to be 85 later, which I'm not looking forward to. It's been really hot in San Francisco for no reason. It shouldn't be hot in San Francisco. Okay, so this is part of systems, regular systems, right? 36C here too, dang. That's so hot. Okay, as bind group now allows the user to specify a system param type to be used for creating bind groups. We need to get that system param type inside of this function that we're doing. So when we have a generic that implements that material, it does also need to implement this param. This system param item, I think, is specified correctly. I think. But I mean, like on some level, clearly is not, because we're still getting this error. We still have these mesh issues other than this. So really, let's look through what the changes look like here. This is an unprepared bind group. This is in prepare asset. Maybe fewer lifetimes here. So theoretically, that's more like this. Oh, the render device comes in there too? Interesting. It wouldn't be self param, it would be m param. $165 of drought? Dang. Way past bedtime. All right, yep, Roberto. Thanks for hanging out on stream. What window management? Yeah, I do get this question all the time. This is your buy. This is the window manager. I like it. Binary space partitioning is something that I really like having. So this is super useful for me. There's a whole bunch of other stuff it does. I don't use a lot of it. I really just use it for the binary space partitioning. So system param, m param. Why would this not, I guess, prepare asset? Can we take a look at material here? Right, prepare assets. Is prepare asset not even getting called in here? Where does it get called? This implements render asset is the other thing. I'm trying to avoid doing a refactor to use render asset right now. I'm just trying to do the smaller change. This is a prepared material. Let's keep looking. Is there any... There's no usage in an example in this, right? Yeah, this is all... Oh, this is in examples, actually. This is a manual implementation of as bind group. Sometimes I click things and it just sends me all over the GitHub page. Okay, so this is a shader example for texture binding array. They use a manual as bind group implementation that uses this param. That param then comes in as bind group. And then for unprepared bind group, they also get it. So we aren't doing any of that. We just have a system that is running. System param item. Shorthand way of accessing the associated type system param item for a for a given system param. So system param is the parameters from M. M is then some array or whatever. Not an array, a tuple, but yeah. This runs in the render world. So what is the actual issue here? Typically, this is a very simple fix. Typically, this kind of error means that you messed up a reference somewhere or similar. I don't think we need to do something like this. This would be really weird. That also messes up everything else if we do that. Does that actually work though? No, I think we still get the error up here. I think we need this. And I think that's the right way to write it, but it's not the right way for a system to get it. Because this m.param, if we go down to our own as bind group derive, right, and we do the macro expansion, this shows the param type here, which is just a tuple, which has sres, which you probably wouldn't have seen unless you've looked at Bevy internals. Render assets GPU image, render assets shader storage buffer, render sres fallback image, right? These three things, technically, which we should be able to access via the param. The only question here is why I mean, they have some anonymous lifetimes in here. I don't think we need that. I don't think the lifetimes are the issue. But I guess technically it doesn't hurt to just, you know, give it a quick whirl, just in case there is something there. Yeah, okay. So why aren't we satisfying the trait bounds for this system type? This is great. For all A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H lifetimes. M, yeah. So mutable as bind group, which is what we expect that to be. Param as system param item. Maybe it's not param. I feel like it is though. And this self is on the implementation of as bind group, right? Yeah, this is a manual implementation for, you know, in this case, bindless material. Our param turns into this. This is the same thing that we have effectively. The as bind group requires that param to be used like that, which we are doing. That's not our issue. The unprepared bind group then is looking for these system param items. When does as bind group get called for other things here. And that is in prepare asset. Prepare asset does exactly the same thing we're doing, but prepare asset doesn't get called as a system. So we need to go up one level and find where, I guess, render asset, prepare asset is being called. So let's go do that. Let's do a search for render asset. If I can type render asset, prepare asset. This is the packing again. The packing is going to be semi-related, I believe, but I don't think it's directly related to the issue that we're seeing. I think these are two separate issues. That said, the packing may give us some indication. No as bind group calls here. No prepare asset calls either, right? So prepare assets, I think, is what we need to look for. Because prepare assets is a new, I forget when it was implemented, but prepare assets is like a super function. That's not a real word. It's like a super function that takes anything that implements render asset and then does exactly the function that we're already doing, and then tries to use that stuff. So I think this param static system param a as a render asset param looks closer to what we are actually going to need, because this is going to be the system. So param, static system param, maybe. A as a render asset, so we don't need that. M param. This would have to get pulled in, technically. And then that cleans up our type issues. This would need to be mutable. I'm going to be fairly honest there and say that I don't actually recognize the type difference here, but I do believe it's because I don't actually know what this is wrapping currently. Oh, there it is again. Are we back in the same? Back in the lab again. So the trait bounds for that still don't work. Let's see. We could just take a crack at implementing render asset. It is looking more and more like that's what we want to do, but so param into inner. What is static system param? So there's system param. Static system param is probably just system param without any lifetimes. A helper for using system parameters in generic contexts. Oh, that's exactly what we have, actually. So this type is a system param adapter, which always has self state item equals self, no matter the argument. This makes it useful for having arbitrary system param type arguments to function systems, or for generic types using the system param derive. That makes sense to me in the sense that it makes sense to me that we would want to use it. I still feels weird that this is an issue. It's not any of the rest of this, is it? Let me do something really silly for a moment. And I'm just gonna run that and make sure that this is actually the thing causing the issue. It is. Because if we did this, then this would accept nothing, and that would be fine. Cool. So just confirming that the thing that I think is the issue is actually the issue. Which brings us back to why it's the issue. And why is it on inset? Let's focus the error on prepare materials. This doesn't have inset because it doesn't register as a system. So what is the actual issue? Do you think generically? System param static T. Yep. Cool. For example, using this would allow a type to be generic over whether the resource is accessed mutably or not, with impulse being bounded on deref to the target and deref mute to the target. Into inner. We don't have to call into inner on this, right? Because it's a type issue. It's not the params having issue. Unless it's feeding backwards. That would be really awkward, honestly. Right. So prepare assets takes a render asset, takes the params from that render asset, which are the same params we have, sticks them in the static system param, doesn't put mutable on it. We do need it to be mutable, but maybe we don't need that to be mutable. right? Like maybe this, was it into inner was the right type? Maybe we call into inner on this and then pass the mutability in for the into inner. And then that actually is the way we get access to the inner params. Then we have some issues about moving stuff, which I think is fine for the moment. So I want to make sure that the types match more than I care about that into inner right now. Material is coming from queued assets. Which is prepare next frame materials, which is an us thing, right? And that's just a list of assets. So queued assets is vec asset ID whatever. This is material M. If we do that, then we still don't work out because we do need the mutable borrow there technically. Also into inner is whatever that is. Just moving the into inner out of the loop. We can't move it out of the loop though, right? I'm like thinking through this, right? So the system param for the material param needs to implement material tile map. We do material tile map for standard tile map material, but it's also implemented for custom material. Let's see, custom shader, right? Like you can implement material tile map for whatever, and then this just has to implement as bind group, which in this case it does. So this as bind groups param is what we need, right? What file was I in? Was it this one? So these params then are the param on that material, right? So the param on that material would need to be for that material, not for any material. Because the as bind group is per material type. And we've only said that it's material tile map. So we're saying that it has to implement material tile map. Because it implements material tile map, it has to implement as bind group. Because it implements as bind group, it has param. And we need that param, which is different per material, which is why this is generic. And I feel like that param can be anything, right? So if we go to custom shader over here, for example, and we expand that macro, wait, that gives us the same exact thing though. That's interesting. This doesn't have a texture in it. I think this would be different if we had another texture. Maybe not. Let me test that theory. shader material. Right, like this. And then I guess the expanded macro doesn't change. Okay, so this is render assets for GPU images, the fallback image, and the storage buffer, and it's always the same. I think you're right then. I thought that was going to change, honestly. That's really interesting. Okay, so in that case, we can do this, right? And then that frees us up to do that here too, right? Because we're only handing out exclusive references at that point. And technically that passes. I am not 100% confident that this is the right thing to do. So I think I'm just going to, what is in our cache? Git diff cached is, I think the same stuff we're working on right now. So let's take this and say, where's the PR? I'm going to say this is the PR to look at. And this is, possibly worth upgrading to render assets impl, as that didn't exist until 0.14. I think I want to save any like API changes for after getting everything up to date. It's conceivable that we will require something, but I'm just going to push forward a little bit and then go back and clean it up when we need to. So GPU mesh and GPU buffer info. I think we've seen that before, right? GPU mesh is the Uber buffer PR. Being right once in a while feels good, even if statically this is bound to happen. Hey, I appreciate the push, because I was really on the path of like thinking that that was going to change. I don't know why I had it in my head like that, but that's what I had in my head. So the migration guide for this is GPU mesh is now render mesh. And it no longer stores handles to GPU objects. And because meshes no longer have their own vertex and index buffers, the buffers move to the mesh allocator resource. And to access the vertex data for a mesh, we need mesh vertex slice and mesh index slice. So this is in render chunk. And this is definitely the location in which we are accessing like vertex positions and stuff. And in draw. Hey Chris, long-time lurker. Really enjoy your Rust videos. Just started learning Bevy and I'm overwhelmed. Decided my first project would be Snake. Any advice? Any advice? Yeah, use the examples heavily. Use the examples very, very heavily. The Bevy examples are some of the best documentation that exists for how to do things. So if you're going to do Snake and you're going to do it on your own, then go to the examples. You're going to be looking at the 2D stuff probably. You're going to want to get familiar with transforms specifically. Actually, I should look at the 0.14 examples so I don't overwhelm you. There's an example for, like, for example, moving a sprite, right? And this example will have, you know, transform.translation or whatever. You're probably going to use some kind of grid, etc. You can do a grid on your own. You can do a grid with, you know, something more structured like Bevy UCS tile map or something. I think if you're just beginning, do it however you want. You can just place sprites on the screen. The other thing that I'll say is if you're doing something like Snake and you're building your own grid, you can kind of just implicitly do that, right? Yeah. Let's see, what else in here is useful? I think for Snake specifically, having a texture atlas is probably going to be useful for you. So check out the texture atlas stuff. Very like, or don't do sprites at all. In the sense of, like, don't bring in images yet. Just do the block square version of Snake. That would probably be where I start instead of doing images, and then upgrade to images later. So you're going to have to create your grid. You're going to have to know what transforms are. You're going to have to render sprites. So look into sprite bundles, and check out the 2D, like, set of examples thoroughly. A lot of these aren't going to matter to you. Like, bloom isn't going to matter to you unless you really want bloom for some reason. I would say there's very little reason to use, like, collision of any kind. Especially for Snake when you're controlling all of the locations it can be in. Yeah, and then the other thing is, like, you can just do Snake as rendered data, right? So you can just store all of the locations however you want to store them, and then render them out as boxes or whatever, and that's enough, you know. For spawning apples, you're going to want to, like, bound them in some way to positions on the screen. And you can do that fairly easily. Like, you could just start doing, you could use world units as your grid in that case. So like 0, 0, 1, 1, etc. And just spawn an apple randomly on the screen. You're going to use the rand crate for that probably. But yeah, I think start with something simple, right? For you, simple for you. Which is probably just getting a box on the screen, right? And then get the keyboard input and move the box around the screen. That's probably going to be easiest to do, just adding some number to a transform when you hit the arrow key or whatever. Yeah, and then just move up from there and solve one little problem at a time. I don't know if any of that helps, but I would probably stay away from using images because it'll be a little bit overwhelming. Just render boxes, you know, just render the regular Snake white square and red square for an apple. But the examples are really, really, really good. So if there's anything that you need to look into, if there's anything like, I don't know what, like, events are or when to use them. Like, there's an event example in here. There will be observers examples. There will be run conditions and things like that, et cetera, et cetera. Anything that you have a question about, definitely go check out the examples. Yeah, so far you can move a square around, but you're getting lost trying to figure out the grid. So the one thing about grids that I'll say is that grids are implicit, if that makes sense. So if you are moving a box around, right, and you have some position component on that box, that's like 0, 0, 1, 0, whatever. You already have a grid if you're using 0, 0, 1, 0, etc. Right? If you have like a 1 unit size square and you place that at 0, 0 and you move it to 1, 1, that's like a grid space, right? So you don't really need like a structured grid. You can just say, I'm going to place things on whole numbers, and then you have a grid, right? And then all you need to do is test to see whether the thing is like supposed to be outside your grid or not, and end the game based on that, right? So if you have like let's say you have a 4x4 grid for some reason, if you use whole numbers to place things, everything will place as a 1 unit square on a whole number, and you just have a grid, right? You don't need to make a grid. You don't need to think too hard about the grid. Grids are kind of like rounding, if that makes sense. Like, you already have a grid if you just round numbers. So if you use 1 unit size squares and you only place them on whole numbers, then you have a grid. Okay. Vertex positions and stuff. How much time do we have? 45 minutes. Cool. Yeah, the X and Y of the transform. I would probably create a separate component, something like position or whatever, and keep like integer numbers in there. And then use that to drive the transform. Like write a system that takes a position component that's on your snake entity or whatever, and then updates the transform based on that position. And then you can work with integers in your actual game logic code. Like put something at 1, 1 instead of putting something at 1.0 and 1.0, if that makes sense. Okay, so we're building meshes ourselves. So vertex buffer data is no longer ours to fetch, right? This may be the thing that gets us. Okay. Mesh allocator, mesh vertex slice. The mesh allocator is a param, sres. Also, it's not hijacking the stream to ask a question. At least half of the reason I'm here is so that people can just ask questions. So, very happy to answer them. I should also turn in those, like, I should turn those questions into shorts at some point. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Mesh allocator, meshes. So what do we have here? What are we actually doing? Mesh vertex buffer layouts. This is prepare. This isn't on anything, is it? This is just, nope, render chunk 2D. So this is prepare. So what are we using prepare for render chunk 2D? Let's do render chunk 2D. Do I use LDTK with Bevy? I do like using LDTK with Bevy. That is, of the 2D tile editors, that is my preferred tile editor. There's an integration called Bevy ECS LDTK. That actually builds on top of the library that we're upgrading right now. Bevy ECS tile map. So, yeah. I like LDTK a lot as an editor. Okay, mesh allocator. Where are we putting our render 2D chunks? This is all in. Let's go source render prepare, I think. Prepare, chunk.prepare. There we go. Chunk.prepare. So this is the thing that we really need to be able to enable. This is a chunk in chunk storage. Very similar to the way that we were storing chunks actually in the landscape generation, to be honest. Copies transforms from tile maps to chunks, chunk data, etc. This system is prepare, which gets added up a level. So we have mesh uniforms here. I think anything that's GPU mesh is going to have to change. So let's start with that. That's in chunk. GPU mesh. Oh, we're creating GPU meshes. That's not amazing. This needs to become render mesh. So we have GPU mesh here. This is going to have to be a render mesh. And this probably doesn't have a vertex buffer on it anymore. Which is probably removed here. Yeah, so the vertex buffer just gets completely removed, as does the GPU buffer info. Chris is very tolerant. I think most of us are here to learn not to make a AAA game. Yeah. I would like to, one of my goals is to do more actual shipping of games. I want to within one Bevy release cycle, like pick a bunch of features from a recent Bevy release and then use those to make a game inside of 3 months. That's my end goal, actually. I think with these streams, because I would love to get from 0 to Steam page as many times as possible. And I think like about 3 months, which is approximately the like release cadence. That means we get what? 4 hours, 4 times a month, 3 months. 4 times 4 is 16 times 3 is 48. So we get 48 hours. So basically a game jam game every 3 months. That seems pretty reasonable, honestly. It's definitely like a lot of work, and I don't do a good job of keeping focused on getting that done. But it's definitely possible, you know, to produce a game jam game in the weekends that we have. And I would like to do that more. Okay, buffer info is going to be a little bit of a update here. This doesn't have buffer anymore. Do we use buffer? We do use buffer. So how do we best do this? The buffer info, this looks like exactly the same code that we have actually. It wouldn't surprise me if that was almost copy pasted from this location for meshes, which is really interesting because it means that we can probably just do this. And for the most part, that will make sense. So self.mesh.indices, right? And then above this should be a vertex buffer data, which completely doesn't exist anymore. And then the render mesh, vertex count buffer info, that all stays. So this is all here. And then vertex buffer data and the vertex buffer itself, I think, get removed. So this has to go somewhere. We don't know where that's going to go yet. So the mesh allocator does something somewhere else for us now. That's the mesh allocator code. We don't really need to look at that, I don't think. Offset allocator 0 to 2, render assets, GPU mesh. That's all volumetric fog. This is the mesh stuff. Let's look at mesh for a little bit more. This is render asset. This is the Bevy Sprite Mesh 2D, which gets the mesh allocator now in its system params. So those are the params here, which is the render command. Where do we do render command? We do render command in draw. Impl material tile map render command transparent 2D for set material bind group. For draw mesh, I think draw mesh is the one that we need to care about. Yep, and that's actually exactly where our vertex buffer issue is going to be. So we're going to need the allocator here. Render mesh 2D instances. This is the chunk ID and the tile map. And they have that in the param. The param is the chunk storage. This mesh allocator does need to come in. These params are not going to be quite the same. So this is going to be render 2D chunk storage. So chunk mesh allocator. Interesting that into inner doesn't work there. I wonder why that is. No method inner for tuple. So this isn't chunk storage. This is chunk storage mesh allocator. So this doesn't need to be here. Cool. That's significantly better. And then we have the mesh allocator. We need the mesh allocator. This is for each chunk. I think we can just do this at the top. Let's not grab the allocator unless we have something to do with it. And then here, vertex buffer slice is mesh allocator, mesh vertex slice, mesh asset ID. Where's the mesh asset ID come from? Do we have a mesh asset ID? We do not. So here, for each chunk, we're setting the vertex buffer, but we need to get that from the vertex buffer slice from the mesh allocator. How do we get that? Render mesh 2D instance. So theoretically, that's chunk GPU mesh. And this type is interesting. So what does the ID need to be here? Mesh vertex slice. I bet you that's just like a number, which is not going to be great for us. Mesh vertex slice. Okay, asset ID mesh. That feels workable actually. Better than just having some random number. So chunk ID, tile map ID, render mesh. This is not going to give us the mesh in any capacity that we can use. Chunk IDs and tile map IDs don't have the mesh. Chunk 2D storage is what we're looking for this chunk. I don't think the chunk has a reference to the, oh, maybe it does? No. I think we're gonna need to, oh, there's the mesh. Chunk.mesh. Okay, cool. That's just the mesh though. That's not the asset ID for the mesh. So we legitimately just have the mesh. Interesting. I might need to read this a little bit more. Because if this is asking for an asset ID for a mesh, then we need to have created that asset ID somewhere else. When you build a texture atlas, does it become one single image in the GPU? How do you extract the UVs into the texture atlas? I believe it becomes one single image on the GPU. That's kind of the point of a texture atlas, right? Like a texture atlas that was just a bunch of different images would feel awkward. There's a similar concept in 2D array textures, but those are also effectively texture atlases on a Z dimension. What do you mean by how do you extract the UVs into the texture atlas? I know that there's code that you can look at in, for example, the sprite stuff will have how you get the UVs for the texture atlas. Actually, now that I think about it, I might have an example of doing it. This is unfortunately private code, but the, oh man, where was this? This is the sprite depth, I think. And then Atlas index. Is this the right link to give you? So this is in source sprite.wgsl. And then this system, I think I pulled from the Bevy code. In your project, you have to split the ground mesh into multiple sub-meshes with a material. If you were able to use one single image, so not have to split the mesh, that would be good. So you're trying to effectively UV map the mesh and then apply a texture atlas to it. I don't think you need a texture atlas for that. But yes, texture atlas would become one image. So you could do that. Yeah, you're effectively trying to UV unwrap a mesh. That's the keyword that you're looking for. If that wasn't already obvious to you, UV unwrapping. Update sprite depth, material UVs. In this case, all I'm doing is getting the index from the texture atlas, layout size, getting the textures. So you can access this data and pass it in for each individual index. And then you can set those UVs. So you can get all of that information for sure. And then you can do a manual UV map if you have all the coordinates for your mesh. I don't know that that's the most efficient way to do it or anything, but you definitely can do that. Update sprite material UVs. Let's see if that is. Well, wish I included a link for this code. Oh, maybe it's this link. Oh no, that's the sprite link. So I'll dump this link for you into chat later. This is in Bevy sprite, render sprite. I wonder if this is up to date. Let's try main. Yeah. So in Bevy sprite, render sprite.wgsl, you'll see the calculations that are being used for the sprites, especially pertaining to texture atlases. And then I don't know what this one is going to be called, but I think this might be just a function that I wrote, which I can also dump to you if you find it interesting or useful. It's been a couple months since I looked at this code. But basically the texture atlas has all the information you need, and you can pass that into your custom shader for sure. And then you can choose to use that based on the index or whatever you want to use it. And then if you already know what your UV mapping for your mesh is, you can map that from one to the other. So all of that is entirely possible. Okay, I am not sure that this is going to work out for us in the current moment. Let's see. So here, create buffer, get vertex buffer data from the mesh, which I think still works. This is the function that didn't exist anymore. So we already have the mesh itself, but the meshes don't have that function anymore because this PR removed it. Get vertex buffer data, right? Why is that the only place that existed? Maybe GitHub is collapsing a file or two. That's the other thing about GitHub. Mesh get vertex buffer data. So this is no longer where's mesh? Mesh is source asset. It's not particularly helpful. Mesh vertex buffer layouts. But these are meshes that were already created. I think we're creating a mesh on the fly here. So I think I need to dig into that a little bit more. How do I create a mesh on the fly and insert it with the new mesh allocator stuff? Returns the primitive topology of the mesh. That's a render mesh. So we're supposed to have a render mesh, right? There. So mesh is source asset. Man, that's really annoying. Source asset is mesh. So we have a mesh. They have a mesh. Mesh vertex buffer layouts here. Mesh vertex buffer layouts. Is used here. We happen to be calling this GPU mesh. It's not really GPU mesh anymore. So I guess we call this render mesh. At least that will make it a little bit more obvious if anything is breaking because of that. Unknown field in chunk. That's exactly where we need it to be unknown. Cool. I think that's the only one. No GPU buffer info in mesh. This needs to be what? Render GPU buffer info. Render mesh buffer info. One more question. If your entire game is a 20 by 20 grid and each segment of your snake is 1 by 1, can you zoom the camera so that space fills the window, or do you have to scale it all up? You're going to look at scale mode or scaling mode on your camera. This is going to give you, so let me drill in actually from the, so you're going to have a camera 2D, right? Your camera 2D is going to be this bundle. The camera 2D bundle is going to have an orthographic projection. That orthographic projection is going to have a scaling mode. This scaling mode is what you want. So if you have a 20 by 20 grid and you've decided to make that however big you decided to make that, whatever, you can say, let's say if it was literally 20 pixels or something, right? Then you could say fixed, 20 pixels or something. Or you could do auto min or auto max or fixed vertical or whatever. You can do any of these things, whichever one makes you happy, honestly. There is one foot gun currently, and that's if you set the orthographic projection on your camera 2D bundle. The camera 2D bundle has different values for near and far. So the defaults are 0 and 1,000. But for camera 2D bundle, if you look at the, well, that code is not up on the site. All right, if you look at the camera 2D bundle and you look at the default, you need this specifically. You need the far and the near to be 1,000 and negative 1,000, or you might not see things correctly. This got changed in 0.15. This won't be an issue in 0.15. But for 0.14, there's a foot gun here where you have to make sure that if you change fields on the orthographic projection and you're doing it like when you're constructing that camera 2D bundle, make sure you have these two default values. And then you can set the scaling mode to whatever you want and it'll zoom in for you. All right. Yeah, for sure. Let's see, render mesh buffer info. I think I don't understand the mesh allocator yet. I saw this PR go in. I don't have a deep understanding of the mesh allocator currently. I probably need to. Especially since we don't have an ID for our mesh. Right? Draw indexed 0 to vertex count, batch range, draw indexed. So basically this is going to be just a really big vertex buffer. And we're just picking parts of it. But to get the slice, we need to have an asset ID. I don't think we have an asset ID because I don't remember us actually inserting this chunk anywhere. This is the vertex buffer layout, render mesh, count, buffer info. I don't think any of this. Some indices, count, index format, vertex count, morph targets, layout. I don't think we have a handle or anything. Like, I don't think we have an asset ID. What is this on? This is on render chunk 2D. We don't have. Is the chunk ID, the tile map ID? Yes. The mesh itself, but not the mesh handle. Render chunk 2D. Used to create its geometry in prepare. If it was dirty. If it needed to be updated. And then we just hold on to that mesh. So this might need a refactor, honestly. Instead of because everything else that all the code that I see here is dealing with already constructed meshes. Meshes that are already constructed and inserted and have asset IDs and handles to them. And we just don't have that at that point. Let's see if there is a location at which we do end up having one. Chunks is a hash map to a chunk 2D. Entity to chunk. This is storage. We could potentially just add the asset ID to storage if we do end up having one. Chunk here is render 2D chunk new mesh type map size chunk entity. That's not the right thing though. Chunk storage entity to chunk. Is this Bevy maintenance work? Yeah, this is the 2D tile map library that I was talking to you about yesterday. Nearing the end of the stream though. Hoping I can get this in as a change beforehand, but I don't think so, because I think I need to refactor this a bit more, and it's going to require some more concerted thought. Working on porting a Bevy mod to 0.15 to hopefully allow upstream. Yes, exactly. There are people that depend on this library getting updated. This library handles a lot of the mesh creation and like infrastructure level stuff. So if this is updated when the RC comes out, then other people can actually update their libraries. And if it's not, then they can't. And I would really like them to be able to. Yeah. You know, this mesh is just getting like arbitrarily created, which is great. I mean, like the whole idea of creating these chunks is so that they can like show up and not show up, right? We don't need to spawn all of them at the same time. But that does make it a little bit awkward. I think we do need to refactor this to have the chunks managed by the mesh allocator. There's nothing in the migration guide that... Okay, vertex and index buffers for meshes may now be packed alongside other buffers for performance. GPU mesh becomes render mesh to reflect the fact that it no longer directly stores handles to GPU objects. Because meshes no longer have their own vertex and index buffers, the responsibility for the buffers has moved from GPU mesh, which is what we were using before, to the mesh allocator. So I think we need to use the mesh allocator when we're creating the mesh. But I haven't seen a lot of examples of using it in the ported code. So this is the vertex buffer slice, and that uses the mesh asset ID. We don't have a mesh asset ID. I guess we could create one ad hoc, right? Like handle new style. Mesh vertex slice. Yeah, because if we had a handle, any handle, doesn't matter, we could get the ID for the handle. And then we would also need to store that handle. And I just need to be cognizant of the fact that that could cause chunks to just like stick around forever, right? If we weren't properly getting rid of the render chunk 2Ds for some reason, it's not just that we'll be using memory, but they'll also be around in other ways. I think that's going to be the answer for us, though, at the end of the day. I think the only thing that I see here's the closest, I think. For fog volumes, they either take a cube or a plane mesh. These are hard-coded, it looks like. So let's take a look at volumetric fog render. And these are just creating handles, right? Arbitrary handles. They're not even anything special. So I think that's what we're going to end up doing. We're just going to create our own handles. So when we do this, and we have this mesh, right? We're going to need to store a handle in here. I think we have to store a handle in here. So mesh handle is going to be a handle to a mesh. And I think this is always going to exist. I don't think this is ever going to be not a thing, right? This is in the new function, so let's not do it there. Let's put this right under mesh here, I suppose. This can be pub. Maybe it doesn't need to be. Maybe we'll remove that. But the mesh handle here. And then mesh handle when we're creating a new one. We get a handle new, right? Or do we have to? I know we can do this from a U128. It implements from world. I think default is not what we want. I think default is just going to give us a specific ID. Bevy asset handle. And if we go to source in a version that works, we get the asset ID default. Right? So the asset ID default, I think, is just a static number, if I remember correctly. Yeah, default for asset ID is the default UUID, which is this UUID specifically. So can we construct an asset ID on our own? Asset marker, index, UUID. Untyped. Invalid. UUID. Can we construct this ourselves? I think we can. It's weird that this doesn't exist as a pattern, though. I'm a little bit... I've worked with raw handles before in terms of creating them, but I'm not super enthused, because it always feels like something that is like not technically supported. I don't think that's true. Reserve handle. Self.allocator reserve. Get handle, yada yada. Asset handle provider. Drop sender, drop receiver type ID. Provides a handle for a specific asset type. It should only be used for one specific asset type. All right, we've hit noon. I think that this is going to take me another half hour, maybe a search in the Bevy Discord. But TLDR, I believe that the thing we need to do to finish this up is we need to have a mesh handle, because we have these chunks that we're artificially creating on the fly. If they need to be updated, we just want a handle that we can then update with the mesh. Once we have that handle, then we can use that handle for the mesh allocator to actually get the data from the location that we need it to be. And then I think we're good. And then this is going to run for the first time. And then I believe this is going to fail at runtime because it doesn't have the depth buffer, which is a set of commits that I've already written. So I'm not worried about that at all, actually. So we almost made it. Yeah, handle from 130 or 128. Doing it from 128 is fine, except for the fact that the render chunks, those are dynamic. We have a ton of different render chunks. We can't use one handle, right? Like, we could use a specific handle, but that handle will refer to that thing. And chunks, when it comes to the tile map, are like collections of tiles, more or less. So imagine if you were chunking like 2x2 grids of tiles, you have a 200, tile grid or whatever, then you have 100 chunks. So we can't use one handle. That's the issue. We need to actually get it reserved. Which also, now that I think about it, We could just do meshes.add. I just want the handle there ahead of time. We could make this optional and we could do meshes add if we wanted to, though, which might actually be the better move. I was like, the way that we have the pattern, actually, the way that we have the pattern here, right? We can just kind of construct new whenever we want. Maybe it does make sense to make this handle optional, right? Maybe this is an option handle. And then this is none. And when we do, I think this runs in the render world though, which is the other issue. I don't think, also the retained render world, I don't quite understand yet. So I'm not sure that this is going to work. But like theoretically, if we could do this, and then this is self.dirty mesh, right? So the mesh is created. And then the what do we call this? Self.mesh. And then like theoretically that is the ID that we need. Right? And then over in draw, theoretically, we have mesh handle.id. And that's our asset ID, the thing we need to actually... Why is that causing an issue? So theoretically, this is one path forward too. I don't know that that makes sense. I know that the retain... let's just expect that for now, or unwrap that for the moment. I know the retained render world stuff just changed some things about how long things live, and now stuff doesn't get flushed every frame anymore. So it is possible that this will just work. I just don't know it well enough yet off the top of my head. Chunk, this is render mesh. And then we would need to do what? The mesh allocator. Mesh vertex slice. Right? This vertex buffer slice is this now. Mesh instance in this case is mesh instances get entity. All right, so we've got a little bit more work to do than that too. So I think I'm going to leave that here and call it on stream for today, because I've got to go take a nap before I do other stuff today. So thanks everyone for hanging out. Good to see everyone. I'm glad y'all came through. The Discord is always open for anybody that's still around. Now that I've set it back up, or set the link back up anyway. And I'll catch you next Saturday. Every Saturday, 4 hours from 8 to 12 PST time. And yeah, have a great rest of your day, y'all.